All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Big stupid head mode. Engage. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called The Godkiller. I'm gonna demo some stuff I did last night, and then I'm gonna get to work. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. My second favorite morning in a week is Sunday. Saturday is the best because then I got all this time stretching in front of me before I have to go back to the day job. Sunday's still pretty nice though. You know, you got the whole day still mellow. It's still my time. I can start to feel the tendrils of work obligations coming up on Monday, but they haven't got me yet. All right, so let's demo. It might look like a ghastly yellow to you. It doesn't really matter. This is just a junk level used for testing. Alright, so I hit play. What I did last night was make a new sound effect for stepping on the grass. And it was crafted from a mix of percussion instruments, and there are 3 variations of it, and it was tuned. And anyways, let's max the volume because this is a quiet sound effect. My broadcast setup is causing a little bit of a delay from the sound effect being issued from the game versus the step you take. Okay, so normal stepping, grass. Alright, and I did some other stuff to the grass sound earlier that made it sound more interesting, but it didn't work. I keep on learning this lesson again and again with footstep sounds is you don't make them be a big deal. So that's going across the ice. This is regular footstep. This is grass. And the sound design in this game is not realistic at all. Intentionally not realistic. Everything's supposed to sound like an instrument. So I'll turn the volume down because these other sound effects in contrast are much louder. Going up and down the steps. It's shepherd tones is what it is. But because of certain constraints that I have, it's more like an arpeggio than a proper shepherd tone, but it like barely qualifies as shepherd tones. Fall down, you get stuff like that, and you get your seek raise. Maybe not the best level to demo the sound of seek raise. And flinging. Quite a delay on the broadcast between the event and when you actually hear it, but whatever. Someday maybe you, the viewer, will just be playing the actual game and you'll get to experience it like I do, and maybe it'll be a nice thing for you. I don't know. So it's the start of Sunday. I've got a hard problem to solve. I don't have any kind of leftover stuff to work on from... Oh, I do have one. Okay. Hold on. I spoke too soon. I'm going to get to like my main project. Here's my warm-up project. Okay, so the grass, the way it works is a game element. It's like a little bit of an obstacle. So flinging will go over things like ice. Or block pads. But when you get to the grass, it'll stop it. You can walk up onto the grass. You can't fling into another grass square. You could fling out of it. You can't fling into it. So the current behavior for sliding is well, it takes you onto the grass. And my feeling is that's not intuitive, because if it's going to block a fling or a block push, also it will block. See, it blocks it catches the block. If it's going to do those two things, it feels like it ought to block a slide too. So I'll make hiccups. Gotta get my respiration in order. Hiccups feel like some sort of moral failing. Like I haven't just centered myself or brought my own internal systems under control, and because of my shortcomings, my moral failings, I have hiccups. That's what hiccups feel like to me. Because I usually can, with an act of will, make the hiccups go away. Now I know it's a physiological thing, but it also feels like there's some element to it, which is just you've let yourself get out of balance in some way, which is a type of situation that comes up all the time in one form or another. And there's always just that moment where you just like, so what's going on? Why am I acting this way? Why am I doing things this way? Why am I letting somebody kind of maneuver me into a certain way of feeling or acting? And you're aware of it, and then it's gone. It's dissipated. So, hiccups. I don't know. It's kind of beautiful. At least for me, I can just kind of think about for a moment, have awareness of it, and then, all right, they're gone. Okay, so I need to make a correction to the logic so that you stop short of going onto the grass when you slide. It shouldn't be too hard. I'm going to remember to stop the player before I go and make a change to the code. This is like the preamble to the main event, the what would you call it? The opening act. That's what it is. So we go to piece, slide. So I've got all the stuff here, the checks. It checks for a general obstacle, and then there's like a special case obstacle. It won't be covered in cam move to. I don't want cam move to prevent you from walking onto grass. I only want sliding to be sliding to block you. Okay. So let me look at this though. So it's saying if you're on the ice, and a wall doesn't block you, and you can move to, then let's increment slide column, slide row. I think what I want to do is encapsulate both can move to in this other effect. Let's just encapsulate all of this, all two things plus a third thing that will be added. Okay. that's it. Call it is slide locked, and it will have the same. This, except I've come to like putting board in front, so let's design this to have board in front. My conventions, they keep changing, so this is going to be from, this is going to be the direction or the deltas, and we'll say right. Hey, nice to see you there. Yeah, I do actually remember my first steps in programming. I do remember them. So the very first things was, and this is a little bit dated, but there's the equivalent of it on the internet now. But we used to have these books, and the books would have the code in them, and you could simply type the code into your computer and run the program, and the book would say something like, here's a snake game, here's a game where you get out of a pit, or something that made it sound really interesting. And I didn't understand the program at all. I would just type it in, but as I was typing it in, I started to understand it a little bit, and the games were really simple. They wouldn't be fun to play today. They weren't that fun to play back then. Yeah, so that was one thing, and it was not that hard because my first step, I was just typing a program in that somebody else wrote. The next thing I did, which was a little bit harder, was I took a program that was on my computer, and it was pretty complicated for me. I couldn't really understand it very well, but I thought like maybe some of the coding I could change a little bit. So I was modding somebody else's program. So it was hard, but it didn't seem as hard because I got into it really a little bit at a time. You know, I didn't have to write my own program to start. I was very excited to, but to begin with, I would just put somebody else's in, or look at somebody else's and change it. Yeah. So Ninja and I had one advantage, and this is something that you can have too if you want. And I think the advantage is that there aren't like these really great. There wasn't a really giant gap between the little dinky little programs we could write and the ones that were professional. So right now, you would have a hard time, just like we did, making a tic-tac-toe game. But when you were done with it, you'd be seeing like this giant gap between tic-tac-toe and Minecraft, or Fortnite, or such a vast gap between the two things, and it would discourage you perhaps. But that is the road. You start with little small things that aren't that cool looking or even that fun. And they will look nothing like the games you enjoy playing. And then you get a little better, and then you see, well, I could do this thing, and I could do this other thing, and then you're on your way. But that was the main maybe advantage that people like Ninja and I had, just because we weren't surrounded by all these other cool games that just made our stuff look terrible. Like the first games we made were probably like maybe 10% as good as the normal professional games. And then you got the internet too, which is, not only do you see, you gotta get past the comparison stuff. That's the only disadvantage you've got in this day and age. But the advantages you have, the tools you've got, the like all the content that has tutorials on how to do things. That's amazing. When I started out with Unity maybe 3-4 years ago and made like a little Hello World game, like a Pong game, I got so excited because when I made games earlier before Unity, it was controlling individual pixels on the screen and doing blitz, and in Unity you're just you're creating like a world with physics, and it's just so much power. All right, yeah, let's see where you're at. I've been talking too much. I want to understand where you're at a little bit. Well, okay. So what kind of projects would you like to do once you get under your a little bit of skill? Is it games, or is it something else? You want to, like, for example, you might be into AI or graphic visualization, things like that. Pardon me, I'm going to jump between two trains of thought. All right, so we'll say static pool. Yeah, that and what Ninja said's real true. People learn with different styles. Some people love following a tutorial. I've always hated that way for myself. Some people need a passion project. That's me, by the way. Some people come in sideways and kind of make incremental improvements to somebody else's code. Some people kind of start at the bottom and just build things up a little bit at a time. But Fright, give me an idea, like what types of projects you'd like to do. Oh yeah, I got you. So the general advice I would give is just figuring out like one thing you can do that isn't that hard in programming, and then add to it. Because there's at the beginning there's a problem of getting your foot in the door, so to speak. I don't mean in a business way. I mean in a mental way. That if you can't find some place to have a starting set of knowledge and grow it out, it's really hard. That's the one part that's kind of difficult about starting. So the other thing is developing on smartphones is a little bit tough when you're beginning. But what you could do is here's why it's tough, because you end up having to write your code, create some kind of package, and deploy it on either an emulator or onto the phone. So there's like a little bit of, if you're already trying to learn how to program and you also have to hassle with releasing your builds off to the phone and stuff like that, that's a pain too, and it might make it harder for you to learn the first thing about programming. Um, so you might try though desktop development on Unity, because Unity you could do all your development inside of that, and then when you're ready to mess with smartphones, you can make some builds, but you can get everything working without having to fiddle around with sending your program to mobile. The general concept though is you want to find some area of comfort and just add to it. So like if you get like a game to come up at all, like some kind of game or some kind of app that does something, and then you can just add to what you know, and that's not a bad way to progress. I remember we talked a little bit before. You had a interesting plan, which I had some respect for, which was that you would provision your time off a little bit, and you would spend some time kind of on general principles and some time on a project. Didn't seem like a bad idea to me. I just this whole thing, whatever your plan is or whatever your inclinations are, figure out kind of a base. Like you can make a game of a certain type or an app of a certain type, and it does certain things, and you just add to it. Once you get to a point where you're just adding to your knowledge and you've already got that foothold, it's not nearly as difficult. For me, the starting out, the base was somebody else's game. Like they made the game and I made changes to the code. It helped me understand, how this more advanced programmer was thinking, and even though I didn't get to talk to them, I could look at their code and see things that they were doing. Keep going back and forth on this. Okay, return. Not this wall block slide. Can move to. And Ninja, by the way, I end up changing the sound effect just slightly. The middle one with the little shit in it. On stepping on the grass, I just replaced it so it sounds more uniform. After I listened to it again, I'm like, nah, it's gonna annoy the crap out of me. Yeah, yeah. I do this every time with footstep sound effects. Is I start out making them kind of cool sounding to my ear, and then I get them in the game. I'm like, no, you gotta tone it down. You gotta tone it way down. Okay, this one can. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you've already gotten a bit further, you know. And it just gets easier. It does. Um, but but this is the other thing I'm thinking, because I wonder if you are feeling kind of that pressure, like you see, because it's so visible. All these other people on YouTube, and they seem to understand how to do it, and you looks like you're surrounded by all these people that are experts in this topic, and it seems like maybe you should be there too, but maybe you're kind of worried that it's not your thing, or you have that's a thing that, like, I didn't have to deal with as much. For me, it was just kind of, the world was much more quiet. I'll say. It felt like mentally, with like the things I was interested in, I was alone, except for there'd be some magazines I would read or some books. There might be one kid at school that was kind of into it as much as I was, that kind of thing. So, it would also do good things for my ego, because I'd be like the only person in my little town that was like super fucking crazy about writing code. There wasn't like this global community of experts where you're just kind of shown your inferiority compared to them as often. But all the sort of geniuses that you see, they all started where you're starting, so it's just a journey. I don't know if that's how you're reacting to it, but if you are, be a little careful about comparisons. Let's deal with this. Okay, I need to make this either be non-static, or I need to make can move to. Be static. Let me just try making this one static. So I prefer to have static functions where I can. So I put the static there. It means that I know that this is not touching other variables unless there happen to be static variables. So then let's go back to can slide. I think for consistency, I'll say can slide 2. Okay, now what are you complaining about? Oh yeah. We can assume that DH will be flat, because sliding is always flat. Does not go up and down vertical dimensions in this game. Okay. That's what I wanted. Well, the second part of that statement's cool. It's kind of funny. I'm obviously you're not interested in becoming an expert human trafficker. Just how it's written is making me laugh a little bit. Yeah. I worked in automotive telematics for 8 years. There's quite a lot of opportunities there. If it's something that is interesting to you, you can do things with it now too. So, you can make games that are like telematics simulations. If you like, particularly the in-vehicle UI stuff. That overlaps with your interest in making mobile apps, since those devices that are inside of the cars have similar kind of form factor limitations and user interfaces. Then there's also computer vision and AI types of projects. Like if you want to kind of think of projects as being more like less of a user interface, but more of you take some input, you get some output if things are going right. Meaning, give your program a photograph of a road and have it figure out where the lane divider's at. There's lots of good stuff there. And some of these things there's existing source code for too. So you could like grab someone else's source code and learn from it, make modifications to it, stuff like that. So yeah, that's a nice little hook you've got there to find a project that might be interesting to you. There's lots of possibilities. By the way, you brought up money, and I think that's great, and I'll tell you why. Because you may not be someone who wants to further down the road work on games. Because if you are a software engineer and it looks like you're a little bit older, like maybe in your 20s, something like that. But if you end up being a software engineer, you'll get paid more if you don't work on games. About 50% more is what I found. And it's an easier crowd to work with in general. The software companies for games tend to be a little bit exploitive because they've got people entering the workforce that are really, really excited to make games. And they say, great, work 80 hours. Let's get this thing out by the deadline. So telematics, which ironically is the industry I went into right after I said enough of this stupid writing games for a living stuff. Telematics, immediately I felt like my life got easier when I went from a small game company that I worked for as a programmer to a company that made software for cars. So it's not a bad industry. It's pretty recession proof. Over time. Like right now, people are buying a lot of cars. Yeah, there are little dips in it, but over time, people continue to buy cars. They need to have a car and that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm going to get back into this stuff. Alright, so I made that fix. Because Ninja's here, who reminded me I should do a git commit every once in a while. He didn't say it, I just knew he was thinking it. I had that weird panicky tingle feeling. I'm gonna lose all of it. I'm gonna lose it all right now. Alright. Now I'm gonna get myself a cup of coffee. This is gonna take me away for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna come back and work on the friggin' shader and see if I can get it done. Or maybe not get it done, but get past the hard part today. Alright. I'll be back in just a tiny bit. Alright, if you happen to type out some chat thing, don't worry, I'll see it when I come back, even though it's not going to show on the screen. Mega number, hello. I don't know if I missed you, but if you're still on, I say hello. Sounds good. Oh, doing good. It's just a mellow Sunday for me. I get to work on my game. That's what I like to do. Jay Dyer. Oh yeah. Awesome. Yeah, you've been around for years on the forum. Hold on. Here's the problem. All those years, all those handles. I gotta reacquaint myself. I'm sorry. Just out of respect to you, and I'm sure we've interacted in a number of different ways, but it's just hard to keep it all straight. Let's see. Hey, Alpha. Yeah. Steady progress every day. Oh yeah, that whole robots thread. Like I wanted there to be some kind of end to it, and I felt like I couldn't get to the end, and people kept on bringing up like more sort of loose ends. But the it starts to get a little sad because some of those people, these old engineers, they're like dead, you know, or on their last legs. So it starts to get a little melancholy after a bit. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm not the most fastidious of a historian, you know. It's not. So I tried for a while, and then I just said I can't be like the curator of all this. It's a little too much. I'll have to start keeping notes and yeah. So I kind of faded out of that, if I'm honest. I don't know if I'm gonna get back into it. And there's something too about if you are like kind of like a middle-aged guy going off into the elderly part of their life, like it doesn't feel that great to me to go look at the past as much for whatever reason. I don't know. Yeah. So anyways, I kind of stopped following up on that, but I was interested. Yeah. Yeah, it was like an interesting little quest, but I don't think I'm going to keep going. Yeah. Kind of that same age, and you want to look forward instead of back. If I want to look back, I want to look way back. I want to go read about Genghis Khan or something, or the Great Depression or stuff like that. That's just how I feel. Yeah, it felt like it delta'd out. Yeah, Alpha. I don't know like specifically what things have made it hard for you, but for me, it's like the people one generation up from me. Some are having health problems, but I won't. I'll get to a point where a lot of people are kind of dying off, and that'll make me sad, and I'll know I'm next. That kind of thing. But yeah, and then there's all kinds of like little sad things that you sort of make peace with in your middle age, and I'm going through that process, but part of it is I just like to look forward. Really? Huh. Where were you a cop at? Like U.S. or I'm not. I want to obviously protect your privacy and everything, particularly if you're a Leo and you don't want like information about you out there. East Texas, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Hey, what's your career change plan? You write puzzles for a living? Wow, that's awesome. Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know if you want to Alpha, if you want to stay in kind of like the same domain knowledge area as law enforcement, but there's some interesting software being written around like body cams, for example. Um, but yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Man, you got a great job. There's not that many jobs in the world where you just get to write puzzles for a living. Cop sync. Yeah, I was looking at working for Axon in Seattle for a bit. Um, who knows? I still might end up working there someday. I don't have anything against them. They just didn't reply back to my resume, which was a perfect match for their position. Their loss. Their loss. But I was quite interested in that. Yeah. Yeah, I always felt like there should be more open source software for public agencies. It seems like that would be a wonderful thing to invest in. Then, like all of our police departments, they could have maybe like an open source version of Cop Sync that doesn't cost them money. They could have open source versions of the body cam software. That seems like the type of thing like you might even want to put like federal funding into. Get it done once. A big old open source project, and then just every police department has it for free, other than like all the server setup and everything, which is not non-trivial. But yeah, I suppose it's not just the software; it's all the hardware it runs on. Yeah, just anytime you've got a bunch of public agencies and they all need the same type of software, and they all got to pay somebody to do it to make it. That seems like a great opportunity for a federal grant to just say make this software so everybody can have it. So I think that might make more case in after it's really established what's needed. As opposed to being on the fringe of innovation, which private industry tends to do better. But yeah, well, I gotta go look at this other thread. A drought essay at work? Which drought essay did you bring up at work? There you go. There you go. 40,000 a year, that's non-trivial. And I don't know like what the hardware requirements are, but it's probably not anywhere close to 40,000 a year to serve the software. Now I know with the why am I blanking on it? Like the body cams, that is some intense server stuff you need for it. Not every IT department can set that up, because it's got to upload a huge amount of video off to these servers, and there's custody of data issues with it to be thought out very carefully with all the security. Because like all that video is on the device, and then like it has to go off into the cloud to get onto the general servers, and you don't want to set that up in some slipshod junior engineer way for sure. But yeah, get some federal funding, get a blueprint for how to set up that stuff. Get like some general team someplace that helps put it together. I think that would help out a lot of different public agencies if we did more stuff like that. But, yeah. Oh my God. That's so sad too. Because it's really hard to get like a secure network and have everything. You need such talent and maintenance to keep that safe, and then just the thought of a smaller police department and their limited IT budget falling prey to ransomware. It's sad. Bothers me. Let's see if I can make some. Oh, geez, man, it's like it's terrible. It's not just the money; it's also like all this work that was done on the side of justice, and yeah, it's like throwing out people's good work and risks they took. Yeah, so that's terrible. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Like you would probably want to have something kind of like the NSA, but not the NSA. The same kind of security experts that would just consult for government. Say, here's how you set up your networks and your servers and everything to be secure. Here's the standard. Here's the things you got to do, and just guide all these local governments towards having secure systems. Yeah, it seems like that would be a useful thing all over the country to have that. And because it makes me sick, the idea that like there's some underfunded IT department in some city, and because of that, everything's put at risk. It's just really a terrible thing. Yeah. All right, so let's see if I can get into these shaders. Might be a little tough. Don't know why Unity always throws me out in the middle of a void every time. Where is it? It's over here. Okay. So here's this garish tile shader, which kind of starts to do something. My goal is that I can come up with a way for this shader to make interesting variations in textures that go on walls and floors automatically. So, I mean, for example, well, the stuff I was doing with these, I would say that at a certain height will show a different texture, and that has code that does it automatically, but it depends upon there being extra vertices in my mesh to allow for there to be surfaces that a different texture will be assigned to. That complicates my modeling. It takes it longer for me to make the models. It also decreases performance, and it makes it so that if I want to change the pattern later on, I also have to change the mesh, which has a higher maintenance time. So I get some different benefits if I figure this out, to just have a shader apply whatever texture should happen without needing all these different changes to the mesh and manually assign textures and stuff like that. So that's what I'm working on, and it is hard. It's hard for me. It won't be hard for someone else. It is hard for me to figure out the shader stuff. It might kind of put me in the same camp as Fright LOL, although he's like learning something else kind of new, and I'm learning. Yeah, okay. So anyways, I'll see if I can reacquaint myself with the problem. Where's the shader? Okay, shader, Godkiller Tyler. I'm passing into a tile set. And this other thing called a tile map, which just says what tile will be displayed at each point in the rendering of the shader. And then there's some values passed into it that say, like, how big are tiles? How big is your tile map? I copied over some of this code from elsewhere, and I think I understood most of it, but maybe not all of it. close all this extra stuff. Tile shader config. This is the source file for the inspector that adds things in. Oops. I think maybe this is the one that I abandoned. Yeah, okay, here's the one that is the more recent effort that I'm looking at. I'll just make some token edit just to make sure that I'm able to affect the currently shown shader, just to make sure this code is actually controlling it. So this should just make everything kind of look red. Really? Okay, maybe that isn't the code that goes to it. Let's take a look down here. Yeah, I see no change. Tyler shader. Yeah, it should just be all shades of red. Oh, I've got a return up here, that's why. Okay, there we go. So this is the right shader. Okay, and then part of the difficulty here is I don't have anything like a console log or debug log. So I want to take a quick look at this technique that Ninja spotted for me earlier. I think I took notes on it. The idea was you set up a buffer Apparently I lost it. Anyways, okay. I'm putting debug info in shaders. This technique is what I've been doing. I might take a look at this GeoLSL Devil. This question makes me laugh. think when you get to that point, you just go back 20 steps until you have things appearing on your screen, and then keep adding things until yeah. Let's take a look at that. I don't need a sandbox, though. I have a pretty good sandbox. These people are just doing what I do. GLSL Devil, I'll look at that. Wow, that's pretty ambitious for them to have made this tool. It's not going to run on Mac, though. Alright. I don't think I'm going to... I think I'm going to keep on pushing on this without trying to figure out a deluxe debug type deal. Okay. So where was I at? I had a tile coming out. And I think it might be worth verifying. If nothing else, it's just an exercise to get me kind of back into it. That the tile map is as I expected. So let's see. do I think I did do something like this earlier, but let's do a bunch of colors. Do static tile color debug. Oh, I keep forgetting I'm in a different programming environment. It's not C# anymore. Okay, we'll say supposedly this is terrible to write any if statements, but we'll do it anyways. If let's see, look for color for tile node. Yeah, just do this. 1F0. Okay. Take all these, I think have them or something like that. Oh, you always gotta be telling me my stuff looks tedious. What's up with that? Yes, it is. But I'm learning and it's difficult. Hey DZ. I'm making shaders. Shaders. Fucking shaders. Alright. Shaders are like an exciting girlfriend who's a little bit crazy. Let's see. Tile R. Let's try that. Let's see if I broke it. I probably broke it. I broke it. Unexpected token F at line 52. Oh, that's right. This is not C sharp. Okay. 0F. Okay, hold on. So let me take a look. What is getting passed in? Over here I'm making an image. I'm passing in tell X, tell Y. Oh, okay. So tile X is one thing. That's right. I'm not actually storing the tile number. I'm storing this location. And right now, that's all zeros. Is that what's up? It looks like it's all zero here according to this. So I'm saying tile equals sample from this texture, wherever the coordinate is coming in. Okay, let's see what G looks like. Same kind of deal. Okay, at least I got something different. I was expecting like passing in either R or G that it would be pointing to different locations in the tile map. maybe I should get a look at this tile map. Maybe it's not, doesn't have the content that I think it does. Maybe that's what's going on. Oh, I just remembered something. Okay. So I actually have to make an update in the inspector to generate the tile map. So I'll put this back to R, because I think I can get it to show something more interesting. Let's come back to... Hey! Come on in. What's up?
Do you know where the breaker is? Mom apparently ran her computer and her hairdryer at the same time and blew the circuit downstairs.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta go fix a breaker thing. I will be back in just a moment. Yeah, so if you ever need to do this, come on in, take a look. Let's see. It's probably going to be bottom floor. Looks like nothing's flipped, but sometimes you gotta flip it off.
This one?
Yeah.
That one in the middle.
Oh, you're right. Off. She should be good. Oh, it's blinking red. That's a test light. So, anyways, I have it tried out. Actually, I'll go down and make sure it works. We need a special circuit just for her hairdryer. So my wife has beautiful, thick, long hair. Just a lot of hair. She's the opposite of me. To maintain that luscious hair, she needs a powerful hair dryer. In the house that we live in, for some reason they skimped on the, I don't know the term, forget the term, the maximum load that circuit can bear down in that floor where she uses her hair dryer. So we get some breakers flipping if she's got her hair drying and something else going on down there at the same time. All right, so on this guy, I know what I need to do is I actually have to make an update to this because it regenerates the tile map. We'll say 1, 4. I don't know if that did anything though. Hold on. Tile shader config. Okay. Unvalidate. Okay. Let's go through here because I just want to see it. No, just there we go. I want to see that code run. Oh, this isn't this isn't where I set it. It's elsewhere. Where did I put it? Editor. I think that's where I put it. Tile shader config. There we go. Okay. So this. Okay. Now if I hit that. No? Okay. Still all red. Well, it should be 9090909. Okay, let's try this again. I just want to see. I don't know if Fright LOL is still on, but this is taking me back to actually how I felt when I was starting to learn programming. It was just, there's a lot of code. I don't know what it does. I'm trying to get an understanding of it. I try to do something, and it's foreign to my normal ways of writing code. So it's hard. So this is maybe the closest I get to like a new programmer experience, is going into something like shader coding. Pain in the ass for me, but delightful when it works. Okay, so 9. Tile call equals something, tile row equals something. So this should be putting, let's see, tile call 1 divided by tile set calls 4. Yeah, have you done some shader coding? Okay, so that's one thing. When I was looking at that code, I was treating it like it would be a number between 0 and 15. It won't be. It will be a number between 0 and 1. So that little lookup function that I wrote was going to be pretty irrelevant. Okay, x 0 y 0 color, yeah, 0.25 0.5 1. So this is actually saying not the tile number, this is saying not the tile number, but the position inside of the tile set. Okay, the tile map is like the data that will be rendered, the values of the individual tiles. The tile set is the image that contains the graphics for each tile. I'm storing x and y coordinates expressed as a proportion between 0 and 1 into the tile set. That's right. Shader time. the start of the day with a fresh brain. Okay, so I'm understanding this. That means that my shader, not this one. This one's just going to confuse me. Let's put that one away. My shader should output something like make this be a float. So it was just casting that number to an int, and it was always going to be 0. It was always going to return this. So let's call this color number for tile chord. Let's call this T. T 0, we'll say T less than equals 1 divided by 16. I can make this much simpler. Let's do it, because it's only going to do 0, 0.25. Yeah, let's make this tremendously simpler. Okay, so we'll say this is t less than equals 0.25, and this is less than equal 0.5. This is less than equal 1. And then we'll just do those colors. Get rid of the rest. Just to make it easier, I'll say 0 is 0, 1 is red, 2 is green, 3 is red, blue. Okay, so with all that, okay. There we go. All right. So what this is telling me is for my pattern of 909, just this is saying tile number 9 followed by 0 followed by 9. I'm going to get a tile X value of 0, then 1, then 1. And I think that's right. I think that is right, but I'm going to double check it. Not 1, but 0.25. So if I look at the tile set image, I'll be able to check if it's correct or not. It is. So 9 is over in this first column. X should be at 0.25 to get to 9. That's great. Now if I set to output the green value, which is the y coordinate for the tile set. Oh, no change? Wow, that doesn't seem as correct to me. Okay. So B it's sending 3. Or sending like the 1F value. A will probably be the same. Yeah, okay. So let's go back. R is this, which made sense to me. G, it didn't change. And I didn't see it change. So the thing I don't like about G being that value is that would be y equals 0 for the 0 value, which is fine. I think that's correct even. And for the 9 value, I wonder if I got an off by 1 issue though. In my thinking. Hold on. I'm gonna step out for just a moment. I'll be right back. You can simultaneously acquire a coffee and get rid of it. Okay, there might be an off by 1 thing. So No, there's not, because I was smart enough to say this would be a 0. Okay, cool. But not cool. So x and y for 0 should be 0. X for 9 should be 0.25. Y for 9 should be 0.5. Let me do one other thing. Because friggin' floating point. No difference. So that seems like maybe not right to me. Let me play with this a little bit. Let's just start with 9. Okay, cool. Although still showing 0.25 instead of what I expected. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. There we go. So 0 through 3 is correctly showing y at 0. All these colors that I'm looking at correspond to numbers. I will make progress, sir. I certainly will. Thank you. Good luck with the real life. 2, 1, 0. Okay, that's all good. Then when I get to 0, 1, 2, 3, should continue to be black. 4 should go to 0.25. It is. So should 5. So should 6. So should 7. But when I go to 8, I was expecting it to bump up to the next color, because that would be a new row on the column. Similarly, 9. Oops. I don't think I came up with an encoding for the numbers above 9. Which is something I should figure out. Let me see. I just did car C minus 0, so let me look at the ASCII map and see what comes after. Okay, it goes to 9, then it goes colon, semicolon, I'll have to write that down. Or I could write a little bit of code to just do a hex value. I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that. That'll save me a little bit of grief. Okay. Let's just say const string hex map equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. There. And then, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. So let's say return hex map index of C That's it. Okay, so if I do that, then it's going to give me a number between 0 and 15. And let's even just make it totally safe. Not 15, 16. That'll keep the bounds of it between. Hold on. Let's do this. There we go. Do that. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. So then we got, hey, there we go. 0. Then we go to 7. I think I know what's going on. Maybe I do. I don't know. There's some point where it's not getting the right value put in there. So let's see. 8, 9, A, B, C. It switches on C. D, E, F. Okay. Let's double check that this thing is right. Because this is the thing I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see green for the Y values that are on that third row. Let me make sure I can see green for the X values. So if I set this back to R, which corresponds to X values, then if I go to this, 0 is 0, 1 is red, 2 is green. Ah, no green. 3, blue. Okay. Good to know. Real good to know. So either my visualization has a bug in it, or my texture that I'm writing is incorrect. Let me check this one more time. This looks pretty solid to me. I mean, just to make sure it's possible to show green, let's just do that real quick. It is possible to show green. And just to make sure that it's the value that's being passed here in the texture, let's comment out the case where it checks for a range between 0 and 0.25 with extra. And now it'll display green for anything between 0 and 0.501. Okay, so then I gotta do 2, okay. 1, okay. 0. So now the most likely culprit to me is going to be the image generation. So that's the next thing to check. Okay, I should be back to red on 1 and red on 2. Okay, so perhaps in my config I've got some kind of error here. Let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, here's tile X is at 0.5. Well, dang it. I mean, that's the thing I was checking. Which is pretty weird. Okay. So X is definitely being set to 0.5. Let's look at the color after I set it. Yeah, R is at 0.5. Every one of these pixels is going to be R at 0.5, every single one. So, ugh, what to think of that? Let's do an alternate thing. We'll do just to see if it's like, if it looks really like 0.25 or if it looks like it's kind of in the mid-gray range. That looks mid-gray to me, mid to me. So if I just as a comparison point, if I say 0.5, no, that looks brighter. What the hell? Okay. So that is 0.25 right there, which looks the same. Okay, so in the image that I'm looking at, it's like it has some sort of problem expressing this 0.25 value. I don't get it. That's weird. Oh, it's really weird. There's 0. There's 1. 2. Well, wait a minute. No, that's gradations. Okay, so X at 0 looks like this. x at 0.25 looks like this. X at 0.5 looks like this. X at 0.75 looks like this. And then we start over with 0. So that part's fine. Okay, I gotta get my head around this. The thing that's making this so cumbersome is I can't just say, show me a number of what the actual value is received. I have to map everything to colors. Okay, so X was looking pretty healthy there. It's my visualization probably has got some issue with it. Try this one again. 0, 1, 2, still red. I don't know why, but there is a different t value. 3 and 4 back to 0. Okay. So I'm guessing it's more floating point nonsense. Let's just make this just more like that. Okay. Maybe I don't understand how less than equal works. Let me just try a floating comparison. Two is popping up as red? That's weird. I don't think I'm doing this right. Man, just a debug log here would be great. Okay, are these values different than what I'm thinking they're supposed to be? What's going on with that? I don't think they are, though. Alright, let me do... Let's say... let's make red 1. Let's see, make the first one 1, or red. Make the second one green. Third one 0.5. Make it blue. Reason I'm doing this because I want to leave a value for none of the above, which will be black. See how good it does it just checking a number like that. We'll see. Okay, so you're saying black. 0. Okay. 0 can compare. 1, it's like, no, needs a range. 2 needs a range. 3 needs a range. Okay, fine. So then let's say I suspect there might be something with the if-else-if that doesn't work the same in shaders, because the recommendation you always get from people is don't use if-else, like it has to do every branch or something. So I think there's something I don't understand about if-else-if. Let's do if t Okay. I'm listening, sir. Okay. Still, same issue with that. Between 1 and 2. 3. Huh. Now I'm worse than I was before. So 0 I got, 1 I got, 2, not so much. Here, let me see. Suppose it was a larger value. Is that possible? Doesn't seem possible. I think there's something about the if-thens that I'm just getting wrong. I don't know if DZ is typing up something awesome or if he made a comment that I didn't understand was already complete. I bet it's this if-else stuff, which everyone says don't do it. I just wanted something besides grayscales to look at for debugging, because the grayscales are just, I'll go crazy after a while. Or even gradations of one color is not enough to distinguish between values for me. But you know what, I could also do something like check one value at a time. Let me see, is there a way I can just... Yeah, it's one aspect of shader programming I don't really understand. I've heard it described a few ways, and it made me think like the person who's describing it, like maybe they didn't even understand what they were describing. So the thing that I've heard, which doesn't make any sense to me, is they say that if you write if-else code, that the resulting code that's generated has to run each branch of the if-else statement and then evaluate it. I'm like, why would any code compile that way? That didn't make sense to me. What did make sense to me is if you say, well, you've got a whole bunch of pixels, they're all being calculated, and there's a little extra CPU load on some of the pixels, that all the other pixels that are done calculating will have to wait for the ones that have the lengthier CPU to finish up. That made sense to me. But I think I've been a little bit confused, either by my own ignorance, well, that's true, but also by confused explanations given by other people that didn't really understand what they were saying. So I like try to understand, and then I read their stuff, and I think they don't get it. But just to see if it's possible for me to detect this particular case is close. Let's do this. Yeah. This is too tricky. Too tricky. I might try the switch case in a moment. Okay, so let's say 0. That confuses me more. Now it's just doing all white all the time. I messed up something here. Alright, this function. Alright, do they have ABS in this weirdo language? This is probably too much. That was probably my problem with that. Try. Okay. Here we go. 0, 1. No? 3. Okay, 3 gets it, huh? Yeah. But yeah, I understood the lopsided CPU argument for it, but I didn't understand some of the other things people said, and I thought maybe they might be confused, or I might be confused, but it's like when somebody usually a Java zealot would say interpreted bytecodes run just as fast as native code, and I said, no, it's not possible. Sorry. It's just very basic reasons why not. Unless you maybe got some special hardware that's gonna run bytecodes faster. It's dedicated and specialized to it, or something like that. But yeah. Something else. Let's go back to the thing that I know works, which is the grayscale. Okay. So here we go. We have a 0, nice and black. 1, 0.25. Probably 0.25. Okay. 2. 3. So this should be a mid-black. I'm gonna just go check. I'm gonna go check inside of Photoshop. This isn't like a 100% great way to do this, but I should be able to. Okay, where's the color? There we go. Okay. I think there might be like some things with color profiles that can change things around, but yeah, actually. Because I've got post-processing going on the final output as well, which does contrast changes. So maybe this isn't the best way to look at those pixels. I could also turn off the post-processing. Turn off the outliner. Okay. I don't know that actually changed anything. Okay, at least I can see that post-processing isn't running on this. Okay. Okay, it's still at like 117, which is not the midpoint value. It's a little under it. Might be that lighting in the scene is affecting it, but I think this is just an unlit texture at this point. Alright, so it seems like 0.5 is coming up as this other value. Let's look at 0.2. or not 0.2, but 0.25. Getting lost. Get rid of this one. Let's call this one 0.5, and I will paste the new one. This one should be 0.25. Okay, open this guy up, or actually just do my dropper. That's at 56, 56, 56, which again is not 0.25. 56 divided by 256 is 0.21. So that one's a little bit lower. Now I'm starting to see why it's not lining up exactly. And I can already predict that 0.75 is going to be less than 0.75. So, but let's confirm it. 3. All right, 183. So if I run calc on that, 183 divided by 256, 0.71. So they're all just a little bit off. I'm guessing also that I could probably get this code to work. We're saying is close, not to 0.25, but 0.21. And not to 0.5, but 0.47 or something like that. And this one 0.71, etc. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Make this just be kind of close. And this 0.47. Yeah, I'll give it some more room. Let's say 0.3. 170. All right, so then it's like 0, 1, 2, and maybe off there 3. Okay. Let me double check these. 183. This is for 0.75. It should be 3 divided by 256. 0.71. That's for 3. Yeah, that one's fine. Okay. Then let's go do 0.5. It's 117 divided by 256. 0.45. Okay. The first one. .56 divided by 256. 56 divided by 256 equals 0.22. Okay. So if we do these, zero, 1, nothing for 2, 3. Really? There might even be like something else that's tweaking the values. Like there's a lot of steps between screen grabbing from Unity to checking a color inside of Photoshop. There could be color profiles applied within Photoshop. There could be some kind of effect in rendering. So it's not a real great thing to check the colors this way. If it lined up exactly on this one, then I'd be thinking I got it. But it not lining up doesn't tell me that much, because the chain of me screenshotting and color checking is not very reliable. There's just too many little things that can disrupt it. So I need to see if I can figure this out a little bit more reliably. I'm starting to think that my if-else code is not incorrect just from the standpoint of the flow control. It's like the values that I'm looking for are not what's in the texture. So I do know that this will show some different colors that seem to correspond with the data that data changes. So the data changes are being represented. They're just not lining up on the values I'm expecting. That's my current theory. So I'm just going to do one at a time. One at a time. I'll just design this like an assertion. Okay. And just narrow it down, each one, until I know what values I'm actually getting for each one. So we'll say if t, first I'll do the 0, which I think is the most reliable one, but I'd like to rule it out that 0 encoded in the tile map is 0 in the texture that's passed in. And we'll say that white equals true and black equals false. If I set this to 0, it should go white. If I set it to 1, black. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. Am I doing this for X or Y? Let's double check. No, it's X. So it should go 0, 1, 2, 3. It should go 0, 0.25. Okay, let me, just in case like the other values just right on the edge or something, let's do that. Okay, 0 on, 1 off, 2 off, 3 off, 4 on, 5 off, 6, okay. So I think 0 equals 0. 0 equals 0. 0.25 equals, then let's see where the range is. Let's do, let's start with greater than equal 0.01 and less than equal 3. Should be off, should be on, should be off. Ah. Okay. So the upper range is not tight enough yet. 3 off. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1. Let's see if I can shrink this down. 2, 5. 2, 6. Try that. Okay, 0 off, on. Boy, 2 is still. Is it something like a gamma encoding versus? I don't know. Okay. So this number is apparently still too high. So let's set it down to 0.2. On, off. Okay. Now we're inside the range. Let's just put the last known good range here so I can see as I try things to narrow it down how far I can get. Okay, so let's try 1 next. Okay, 0, 1, 2. That's still working. So my 0.25 is actually much lower. Okay, cool. I'm glad I stopped to debug this because it's telling me that I cannot expect my UV maps into the tile set to map to it. Not in the way I was hoping. There's something else going on. Some kind of transformation of color values, something along those lines. Okay, so then let's keep trying on the other side of this. We'll go up to say 0.5. 1. Okay, 0. 1. Oh, okay, I went outside of it. So this other number is probably going to be between the earlier successful lower bound and this new one, 0.5. So let's try that. Off, on. That's still on. 2 is still on. Weird. Okay. So let's go 0.9. 1, 2. No, it's still on. Okay, let's get back to working. 0, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, so I know that 0.5 here won't work. Even if I do 0.9, let's try 0.9. Okay, 0.9 is seems to be a bound of sorts. Okay. move up on this other axis or other bound. Let's go 0.5. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Okay, that works. I get to move this up a little bit. Let's try a big jump to there, 0.09. Let's see how it does. 1, nope, 0, nope, 1, oh. Okay, that was too much. Let's go 0.7. 1, nope. 0.6. Huh. Weird. Now that I think about it, it's a little bit weird. Huh. That's unexpected. So if I bring this range down to, maybe I did something stupid like this. I might have done that. Let me double check this. 0.09. Let me try that. Maybe I didn't really establish the upper bound correctly. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, good. Okay, so now I know 0.09. I know that not 0.06. Not. Well, anyways. Okay, let me try bringing this down a little more. 6, since 0.05 seems like it might be a lower bound at that precision. Okay, 0, 1, 2. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. May not seem like it, but I like to tell myself I'm getting somewhere. Okay. So 0.25, let's just say it's a number between 0.05 and 0.06. I almost said greater than equal. And I could winnow it down further, but that's good enough for my purposes. So I'm going to move on to 0.5. And I'm going to start by, maybe let's just double the value of 0.025 to be 0.1. T equal to 0.12. If I say 0, nothing. 1, nothing. 2, nothing. 3, nothing. Okay. Let's say let's get something on the board. Let's get something on the board. Let's say it's got to be greater than the upper bound of the first one and less than 1. That should really show me something. Okay, so 0 black, 1 black, 2 white, 3 probably white. Yeah, okay. So it's 2 inclusive, but got some range on the board. That works. Okay. So I've still got 2. Okay, 2. And let's add to the first number until I can no longer see it as white, and I'll know that's close to my lower bound. So let's start with 0.1, still white. 0.2, still white. 0.3. Okay, It's around 0.2. Okay. Hey, Mateo. How's your thesis going? Good, 0.2, and then let's do the other side. We'll do 0.3. When you say rush, you mean like you're just going to study real hard? Like all in one go? All at once you will study? Oh, I got it. I got it. Yeah. I'm trying to debug some shaders. Not even debug, just understand what's going on. I'm doing a lot of learning. Okay. So 2, 1, and 0. Okay. 2. Let me see if I can get the precision up a little bit on this. So if I say 2.5, does it cut out? It does. Okay, not 2.5. 2.1. Cut out. Still on. Okay, so 0.21 works. Okay. 2 off. Okay. 0.21 on. Okay, so I'll keep that as the lower bound. And let's see if I can find the upper bound a little bit better. So we'll set this to 3, and I want to see the first point where it turns on. Say 0.29. It's probably going to be around there. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's my 0.5 and 0.75. It's going to be start in the other range. Hold on, let's make sure this is right. Less than equal 0.21. 2, 3. Okay, cool. Oh, it's not working. Let's say 1. Let's get it lit up. Okay. So the upper bound. Yeah, I'll come back to that. Alright, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be back in a sec. Work. Alright, so I'm trying to... getting 3 points because I know there's some kind of transformation being done on the colors. I want to see if it's linear or logarithmic or exponential. That's of interest to me because I saw the pixels being stored in the source texture that goes into the shader, and those values put in, they seem correct to me. I suspect it's something like mapping to gamma space or something like that. If I can see what the actual transformation is, then that'll give me hints as to what I need to do. Okay, so 3, that's that. This will go back to 0. 3 is white on. Okay. So let me see what the upper bound is here. Let's do a little bit at a time. Okay. Okay, so 0.6. And on this side, let's go up. 3, 4, 5, probably works. Yep. Okay. So we know 5 to 6 is good. Go in a little bit more. 5. Off. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, 1 works. This is probably down to 5.2. Yeah, it still works. If I do 5.2, I think it's off again. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's how it's mapping. Think about this a little. Let's see if it's linear. It almost looks like it could be. Okay, so 0.05 divided by 0.25. Okay. 0.2. 0.21 divided by 0.5. 0.42. 0.51 divided by 0.75. No, did I do it the wrong way? No, at this point I'm not lerping. I'm just trying to understand an unwanted transformation on the color values passed into a texture to a shader. I'm trying to just understand what is that transformation that was performed. So I'm not doing anything to get a result right now. I'm only trying to understand the unwanted result I have. But one thing I cannot do with shaders is write debug log, here is the value. That's why there's all this stuff that says if we have certain values, show a certain color. It's just a way to debug a shader. It's a pain in the ass too. Yeah, like the ratio here doesn't really hold up. This is 1/5. This is maybe like 40%. This is maybe 30%. So, and it's not actually, doesn't even look like a logarithmic function, because it's going 20% to maybe 40% to maybe 30%. So even that is the trend there is doesn't look exponential or logarithmic. Let me take another look at this code here that I've got for setting the pixels. Let's see. Maybe I've got my format wrong on the texture. Let me see. No. Well, I'm just copying this guy's stuff here. What is he saying? He's saying 1 divided by oh yeah. So yeah, he's just doing a number between 0 and 1 for R, as am I, and G. These two are just, they don't matter. So I and J, that's the location inside of the tile map, and he's setting this color to that. Pretty sure I'm doing the same kind of thing here. Then on the other side, he brings it in. This texture, it's this guy here. Sampler 2D on the tile map. Okay. Take a look at this other guy's code. Is he? He's doing a little bit different. No, that's not going to help that much because he's not even in Unity. All right. Oh. Awesome. MILFs and dating opportunities online. Great. Okay. Unity, texture, color, not same in shader. Not. Yeah, let's see that. This is one of those problems. Friggin' nonsense. Bots. Stupid bots. I guess I'll go ahead and... Alright, that distracted me. That took me out of it for some reason. Okay. So, yeah, now this is like a problem of like being able to search on a very specific situation, but getting all kinds of other stuff pop up that's not really what's wanted. Example, pass texture to shader, Unity. Don't use the word pass. Create texture. No. Yeah, this might be it. Let's see. Okay, texture format RGB 24. I might experiment by changing the texture format and see what happens. Try this one. Oh. RGBA 32, that sounds like a good one. There we go. No, let me try that. I've not used it. I'm getting the impression from different things I've read and heard from people that it's a slightly more advanced engine than Unity, but it takes more effort to work in it. It seems like you get a little more control over the rendering. It seems like you get better performance with C++ code than C# in some cases, because it's not interpreted. maybe interpreted is the wrong word, but it doesn't compile to byte codes, which are processed by something else. So if you had like a lot of AI or logical processing code, it might make sense to be in C++ instead of C#. But if you were learning programming and you weren't very good at C++, you could cause a lot of problems for yourself. It's like, and I've been a C++ programmer for, not recently, but when I was in it for a decade or so. I was pretty advanced at the time, kind of like top 10% advanced, but you can get really horrible problems to debug in C++ if you're just not very careful and very scrupulous. Writing over memory and in random locations and weird intermittent problems. So, yeah. But I've not used Unreal. I don't know a lot about it. I think if I was starting a new project, I might try it. I might give it a preview to see how I felt about using it. I know I'm not very happy with Unity rendering with lighting and some of the lack of control I have in some areas. Okay, so I just made this so it sends the data in a different way. Seems like it didn't change anything. Let's check the middle one again, 21, 22. Okay, that format did not change anything. I mean, I could perform my own transformation on it. That might be interesting. Okay. Let me do my own mapping. Okay, so we say if t is less than 0.05, return 0. If t is less than 0.06, less than 0.22, turn 0.25. If t less than point. have 1, return 0.5. Otherwise, return 0.75. Okay. This is probably the best place to put this weird mapping comment, and I'll just leave it here. Okay, let's do float 4, fixed color, float. See. Did that. X equals fix color value tile X. The map size might be screwed up too. Oh, that's just a passed in thing. All right, let's try this. Yeah. I suppose let's do one at a time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. So it should be showing, if everything was working right, it should just be showing one of these tiles. So if I set it to 0, where's it going for 0? It's going in the green portion of the tile set. All right. Let's just do for result, R equals result, G equals result, B equals tile X. Start with that. Just make sure my fixed color value is working as expected. 94. Oh yeah, turn result. Okay. No? Dang it, man. I'm doing on X, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, because I gotta change. Well, no. Let's leave this back out. Okay, so let's stop at 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that, and then my fixed color value must not be doing the right things. So if I say t is less than 0.06, return 0. This should actually be 1. Return 0.25. And this should be less than 5. So if it's less than 0.05, return 0. If it's less than 0.21, return 0.25. Less than 0.51, return 0.5. Otherwise, return 0.75. That might have fixed it. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's go back to 2. I want to see if this is a reliable way to find the values of colors. Now that I know that I'm correcting the value to something specific, I suppose there's easier ways to check this, but screenshot, copy to clipboard, bring into Photoshop. Okay, this I'm expecting to be a 0.5. Really? Huh. Oh wait, this other one is here. Okay. So is this the line I just made? Let me just paste again. Okay, so that one. No, not even close. Okay, so that's an unreliable way to figure out color information. So I shouldn't use that. It's unlit. It does surprise me. 0, 1, 2, 3. Well, I did have an error inside of this code, so let's try this other code now that I fixed that part. I think the results are about the same. Okay, I'm just going to do one more sort of assertion. We'll say, thinking in terms of just verifying individual things are true or not. I wonder if it will do a 1 or a 0. Tile x equals 0.5. Nice. Okay, cool. It's painful, man. It's real painful. I found out that the texture that I was passing in with specific numerical values, the texture in this case is not for rendering at all. It's just to pass in values. There's some kind of transformation being performed on the values, the color values that are in that texture. So I wrote a little bit of code to correct that transformation. And so I got a little bit further. That's it. And I go Google, to sort of figure out like how to get past this problem of this unwanted color transformation being performed on the data. But it's like too specific of an inquiry. Like there's no way to like put in the search term such that you'll get the answer to the question you're asking. It'll bring up like 30 other problems that share similar terms. So it's kind of difficult. Okay, but getting a little more confidence in at least these values of the tile map being correctly represented. The next thing is this other stuff here. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I don't want to do like a bunch of shader tutorials, It's just I want to be a little more directed than that, but yeah, I may have to backtrack. I was honestly just thinking of just getting a shader expert and just paying them to fucking do it. This isn't that interesting to me as a quest. Yeah. So it might be a smarter thing for me to do. I actually did contact with this idea this guy Connor Hollis, and he's a real nice guy. Yeah, even if somebody just got it working, and then I could add to it from there, that would be pretty good. I've got some different code bases where they sort of work. All of them sort of work. That's the problem. And there's not enough documentation with these code bases to see, well, how do I make it so it actually works all the way? So like, what is the thing that they're expecting to happen in the input things that go into it? I've never seen one tile shader source code that just works. Like you take the demo scene that they've got and it works, and then you change it from there. I've not seen that. I've actually got three different sets of source code from different like random locations on GitLab or GitHub, and I've got some example articles, and all of them sort of work. And mine sort of works. Sort of does something. But kind of debugging the rest of it and getting it to... like I said before, my aim here is not to learn about this or that. My aim is to have my game done. And that's what I'm focused on. I don't really want to be a shader expert. That's not my goal. Yep. I will explain the problem. Okay, here's the problem. And I don't need the whole thing solved. I only need just a little bit of it solved, and the rest I can do. Let me get this back to some kind of working state. Let's put it back to like put this code in here. Okay. So here's my original way of doing this. I want to put different kinds of textures at different points on my walls. And then this is, let me see, let me put another one on. Okay. Here's a floor mesh or floor game object. Okay. And if I take this game object and I drag it above a certain height, according to the rules of my game, it will change the wall texture. Okay. Now, the top of it also it's set to a certain floor tile. Now, if I want to have a wall that's of different height, I want to have different textures on it like this one, it'd be preferable to just say, I'll just drag it up and it'll show 3 textures here. It'll show like down here it'll do like the light color, then it'll go to the dark one, then it'll go to light again. But if I want to do that currently, what I need to do is give my mesh extra vertices. So here's how I can currently accomplish it. So right now this one has got the light tile, then I extrude and I create a second surface here, or face. I do go up again, and I've got that up here. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, but I don't want this extra geometry. There's good reasons not to have it. One is that while I'm making my levels, I have to spend extra time creating this extra mesh work to be able to apply 3 different textures. Another is that suppose later on I want to change the style of how the tiles are going to render, to maybe show something else like vertical lines going up and down or something kind of cool, then I would have to go back and edit the mesh and change it, or just redo the wall object altogether so it had a mesh supporting a new application of textures to it. Yeah. Possibly lighting issues. Definitely when I get to the point where I need to correct lighting seams by combining objects together, which seems to be an okay technique. It's much more complex if I also have like this multi-layered mesh to try to combine those together. Whereas if they were just 2 simple blocks and the tile shader was doing this stuff on here, then it would be much easier for me to combine them into multiple meshes. into one mesh from multiple meshes. So whoever works on the shader, you or whoever, I don't need to drag them into the logic of how these tiles are going to be placed or like that. But I do need a basic capability to say that a certain tile from a tile set will be drawn here, another tile from another tile set will be drawn here. And I'm pretty close on this one. Like the tile map that I'm passing, the tile map is the thing that says where each tile is going to be. It actually does work. The last thing to figure out is mapping the tile that is supposed to be at a square to the source image in the tile set that should be rendered there. And I haven't given up on that yet, but that's kind of the last thing for this particular thing I'm trying to do to get to work. As soon as I can do that, it gets real easy real fast. Because then I just pass in different tile maps and get them to express whatever tile logic I want. Yeah, so that 2D array, what I've been calling it is the tile map. And I've got this component called tile shader config, and what it currently does is I just say, for example, I put in 1 1 0. Okay, so I got a nice little Christmas color scheme here, which is not what I asked for, but or not what I wanted, but that's what I got. So you can see the tile map being used here. It's going 1 1 0 1 1 0 1 1 0 like that, and it is actually lined up correctly as far as the destination. I can put 2 zeros there, and it's like 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 0. It's just repeating. So all that stuff works fine. The last part that I'm futzing around with is just getting like the thing that renders here, instead of it being like this sampling from the tile set that doesn't map up to an individual tile, it should be one of these tiles. So I should see, if I pick 0 in my map, it should be this tile that says 0 on it, pop up inside the square. That would be success. Okay. A little bit. What you said is at least partially true. To be maybe more specific, it is sampling from the tile set, but wherever it's sampling from to draw into this space for a tile is incorrect. So the destination is correct, but the destination mapping of the render is correct. The source mapping of the tile set is wrong. So you can see it's not just rendering like one pixel from the tile set. It is getting a range, but that square is not right that it's drawing from. That mapping's not right. So like here it looks like it's maybe coming onto the border between two tiles. Here it's 10, 4, 5. So I got 5. It's obviously drawing points from in between these two tiles, but it's probably doing something like the range is, maybe like that, something like that. So it's definitely off. So I could see that it is drawing from the tile set, but the coordinates it's drawing from are wrong. It's fairly time consuming to figure out you know what it should be doing. I think what I might try next in troubleshooting, because I haven't given up on this yet, is see if I can ignore the tile map and just draw any image from the tile set. Yeah. So let me play with that a little bit. Because coming in from this side, I've got the tile map input sorted out, and this code here is not doing what I want it to do. So maybe I'll see if I can just do something that draws one tile, and then it might help me figure out like how to get the middle code to work out. So text 2D is gonna sample one part of the main text, which happens to be the tile set, and it's gonna grab from tile XY plus tile offset. Let me take out the bias just in case that's a big deal. Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect that to do much of anything, but all right, I'll be right back. Okay, so let me think about this code. So just starting out, suppose I just say that there is no tile offset. Just grab from the corner. Yeah, I thought it would be all black because yeah, I think like all of my tiles would start on like there's a little black border around each. So I'll have the offset come in just a little bit. Put this back in. tau offset. And we'll say tau offset is a little bit different. .1. That might be quite a bit. Let's go to 0.01. Okay. There we go. Okay, 0. Let's take a look. 0 is coming down to 12. 1. Okay. 0, 1. This is probably a Y flipping kind of a issue. That's not the main thing I'm trying to figure out, but it does seem so far, okay, this is good. This is making me feel a little better. 3, yeah, it's mapping. 5. It's going in reverse. 7, 8, let's see, 8. Yeah, so far it's been 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I think all of those have gone in the right order. Arguably, I gotta flip the value, but that's not a big concern. Okay, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, F is here. Okay. Okay, so this text chord, what will that be? All right, lurk away. Good lurking. Let me double check this line of code. Okay, vert is going to get the vin passed in, the vertex. Yeah, I just don't understand this. That's the truth. Just copy this over, make sure I got it right. Oh, well, that's quite a bit different. Like, I'm almost wondering if the person updated their article. I mean, that is a fair bit different. the weirdness. I think that was pretty much the same result. Seems a little bit different than the result I had before. Well, let's double check the other part too. It's interesting, he was doing some debugging here as well, similar to me. Okay, that's the same. Map size, what is that? Frac, I think, okay, let me just go through these things one at a time, make sure I understand them. Fractional portion of a scalar for each vector component. Yeah, but not really. FRAC, frac. Okay, I think I get what they're doing here. So the coordinate, the coordinate of the texture, if you frac it, you'll get the position inside of 1 meter. So like, if it's 5.2, you'll get 0.2, and that will tell you like your offset position inside of the tile. This map size XY, I'm not sure how that helps. Let's try this. It's interesting. 1, oh wow, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. A, B, What was the map size? Okay, what am I passing for my map size? Tile map calls, tile map rows, tile set calls, tile set rows. Okay. Oh. It's nice to see something that looks like my texture. Yeah, so I said 256 by 256. Map size, it's tile map calls and tile map rows for X and Y. I think that's true. Let's double check that. No, that's the number of calls. That okay? Tile set calls rows. Okay. Okay, map size. Texture width and height in pixels. And then what's this? Tile size X and Y in pixels. Though I don't know if this was originally intended to be expressed in pixels. Like maybe it was supposed to be fractional, like doing 0 and 1. I don't think that's right though. Yeah, no, this looks more like pixels. Okay. Tile set size XY is, here, just copy and paste this. So this should put me back to, yeah, that. Okay. So let me give it some other values to divide by. Float 2. It's 0.5. Say that I want to say Z is 0.5 and W is 0.5. Let's say that. If that's the case, then maybe it draws half of a tile inside of it. Instead of, okay, that might make sense. This might be a bad value here. Maybe it should be 0.25. Anyways, let's go check it out. Obviously, some kind of compilation error. Z on 97. Should be a float 4. Okay. So it's drawing it at half the size. Seems like I need to go the opposite way though. So if I do 1, yeah, 1 this way, yeah, let's do a map size 1, 2. Let's do that. Not text, test. Okay. What if I say 128? 128. It's just making it bigger. Although it does have the tiles at the right size right there. Alright, what happens if I bring this down? Do I just get that black space? Yeah. I'm gonna make this go. Thanks, DZ. Have a good snooze. Frac, that's gonna give a value between 0 and 1. Alright, be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna give this till 2 o'clock for some kind of breakthrough. And then I'm gonna switch to a different task at that point. It's not necessarily giving up on the idea of finishing it, but I need to do something else for build prep. So let's set a half hour on this and see if I can crack it. Hey, boated boa. Okay, so text chord is like some kind of number like the value from the top left of the surface being rendered to, like XY offset from the top left, and it'll be a number that is larger than 1, because if I'm looking out, say over here, it might go like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But actually, since we getting this called multiple times for different pixels on the material, it's going to be like 0.001, 0.002, kind of like that. Frac is going to take the integer, it's going to remove the integer part of that value, so that you just have a number between 0 and 1. I don't know why the map size plays into this. I don't know why the map size has anything to do with this at all. Because this up here has all the information I need to look up a value from the tile map. And I'm seeing this down here. It doesn't make sense to me that it would be used there. Let me just take this out for the moment. See what craziness that causes. And I get all blackness. That's fine. That's fine. So I can also get rid of this just for the moment. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Cool. But I'm missing something. Get a little bit more information. Let's go 0, 1. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna switch to the other task. It's breaking my brain right now. I'm gonna switch to something easier. I have to leave this for later. Made some progress on it. Didn't get to the point I wanted to, but I'm kind of thinking like I'm just, I don't know. I need to change my approach a little bit, or come back to it fresh, or let my brain work on it. Because now I'm like just kind of twiddling with numbers, and I'm not really getting to the root of it. So I'll come back to it. Okay, so let's make a new level. So I can make sure the session ends with the right psychological rewards for myself, the right bit of dopamine flowing to the brain. Let's make a new level. I think with grass. Save this as. I'm just working on the concept a little bit. The player just got introduced to beards, which are these kind of sanctimonious policemen, essentially. And they got introduced to grass. Now there should be some kind of proper puzzle involving those elements. Okay. So I think this puzzle, what I want it to be, is you've got some business to do on it, and before you can do it, before you can do it, you have to get the beards to some location where they can't bother you while you're trying to do your work. Okay, Asm Def things. Here's what you do. Okay, so yeah, something like that, exactly. Something exactly like that. Or the opposite of exactly. Something somewhat like that. Okay, so here's how I organize my project. I put all the stuff that's specific to my project in a project folder, and then I let the third-party assets be at the top level of the assets folder. The reason for that is that there are here and there assets, third-party assets you can install that expect to be under assets. So if I created maybe the more natural solution to put like a third-party assets folder and tuck them all under there, invariably, well, no, I won't say invariably. Variably, I would find something that would get broken by being in a third-party assets directory. So third-party assets go at the top level, and there's an Asm Def right there for third-party assets. And you just, let's see, how do you do it? You create assembly definition. Okay. And inside of here, I don't think I made changes. This is any platform. Okay. Then you go down one level into projects, and then I've got two other folders. Okay, you can think of it kind of like inheritance. Right now, if there's no other ASM-defs defined, that the one that's in the higher directory will cover anything underneath. But then I go down like one more into scripts, have another ASM-def here. So now that you've got like in a child directory a separate ASM-def, it overrides the one that's up above it. I said inheritance, but it's not quite that, because like this ASM-def does not care anything about the parent one above it. It all the way overrides. It doesn't like add to it. And then you'll find after you've got these ASM-defs in that there'll be different build errors about things that aren't found. So in this lower one, you have to explicitly declare your dependencies to other things that you need. So in my case, I've got a dependency on the third-party assets assembly, which is just that ASM-def that's up above. So you almost certainly need that. Your project code it's going to need the third-party assets. So you'll definitely have a dependency to that. This other stuff, these are Unity packages that you can get through the package manager. So those you have to explicitly declare too if you're using any. And these are the ones I'm actually using. But usually like your build errors will clue you into what you need to add inside of your dependencies. In the top level one, I don't think I had to declare any dependencies, but you just follow the build errors and sort them out that way. I think there might have been something about editor code. I don't know, it may not apply to you. Do I have an ASM-def here? No. But then, okay, and I've got one other one for level controllers. And it's pretty similar to the other one, but yeah, this one refers to the script, so that's about it. Most people, I think, would get by just fine with only two. One for the third-party assets and one for the regular project source. And I think you and I could have done that too. This didn't give me a lot of benefit to break this out into a third thing. So that's it. Yeah, you bet. You bet. Let's get a little floor out here. Okay. In fact, what's the best way to do this? I'm picturing like a ring of grass, and obviously the stuff that you need to solve the puzzles inside that ring. This might take a little trial and error. I think of something that's a little a way to make it really clear that you can't do the task with these guys in there with you. Maybe the ring of grass doesn't work. Maybe it's more like okay, let's get the player's pacifist mode must be on. Okay, so Okay, now I'm picturing something a little bit different. It'll be a tower. Some kind of building you go inside of. And all those beards are in there. And you gotta cross over the grass to get inside. They won't come out. You need to get from the tower some blocks. Maybe you just knock them all out of the tower, which is kind of fun. Okay. I can also use the grass to keep the beards inside certain areas, which is useful for game design. So let me design my basic shape of the tower. Feels a little more constrained than it needs to be. Let me just widen this out a bit. Yeah, it's gonna be faster. Just redo it. Okay, let's just redo it. Oh, not that one. I want the tower to be a little bit irregular as far as its shape goes, because that's just more fun to play inside of for both me and the player. General rules: if I'm having fun designing the level, players can have fun when they play it. So correlation. It's not 100% true all the time, but there's a good correlation between me enjoying the level design and the player enjoying the level. I'm picturing a tower, and each story of the tower has one letter for the player to find and get free of the tower. Once they've got all the letters out of the tower, they will be able to spell the word that's on a letter bridge and get out of the level. Okay, I'll make a little bit of symmetry here. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. For decorative effect, let's put a little bit extra there. And all right. Can also grab my rows and put them on the tops. I did find out these are actually called, the plural of roof is roofs. It's not roofs. This is something I learned. The plural of wolf is wolves, but English is a language with very few patterns that are followed consistently. If you want consistency, you should learn Spanish. Other than the genders are crazy. But phonetically, I bet you they don't have spelling bees in Hispanic countries. That works. Yeah. Mateo's still on. Thank you, Mateo, for that tip on pressing the V. It just saved me a little bit of time. does feel like if I went to the trouble to make a border all the way around, maybe I should add a back door to it just to give the player one extra option for how to enter this thing. So I will swing back this way and make a back door. Okay, what's the word? What's the word we're going to spell? Steal. Steal or thief? Because you come in and you knock the blocks out. Thief. 5 letters. Five letters means I'll make 5 floors. And the first one will be kind of like a platform that's up above. The player will end up just knocking it out. Okay, we'll have them knock it out. Maybe from there. Yeah. And then I want each of these, I think, let's make it be generous with the height so you can see what the hell's going on. So let's go to 12. So where am I now? I'm at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just thinking, do I want it to be... The next one will be the 12, okay. And this, I didn't mean for that to come up too. Let's go back. I said, not you. I said, not you. Everything else can come up. There we go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then the next one will be the floor for the second story. Actually, I wanted to have some windows looking into, so let's back up on that. So we'll have windows for all the points where it seems to make sense. I'm higher than 4 though. I'm at 4 plus maybe 5, 6, 7. Okay, so up we go. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, let's get my windows in there. Okay, blue window, north, south, and west, east. Okay, where's north? There's north. Okay. That's all the north-south. Let's do west-east. Oh man, that V key thing is awesome. Yeah, it's not good glass. It's not like you know, some awesome refracting at different thicknesses. You know, it's not beautiful glass, but a little bit goes a long way. You're probably making better glass over on your side with all your fancy shaders. Yeah, I can understand. It hurts the Eric too. let's see. I wanted some way for them to knock it out. They could knock it out the back door. That's probably better than this thing over here. Yeah, that's not a good feeling. Also, this is a problem in Unity game development, maybe game development in general, is just a bunch of people that I don't want to say it like I hate them or anything. It's a bunch of people on message boards or forums. They're trying to do their one thing. They never break down the problem and the question to like a more general purpose question or principle. To say, this thing, it doesn't work, and what? And then somebody explains it to them and gets them further along, but it makes the searchability of general solutions to things terrible. You know, it's just the subject of the question is, why are the colors all wrong? You know, it's not like nobody takes the time to express it generally. Like, you know, why? How do I get a reliable color mapping from gamma to linear or something like that? So there's just a glut of bad questions and usually okay answers. That's why I do like Stack Overflow quite a bit, because they tackled that problem. I get better answers on Unity questions on Stack Overflow than I do on Unity answers. Yeah. Oh, that's one that bugs me too, is like, suppose somebody actually asks exactly the right question that you want an answer to, and then somebody else responds to them trying to talk them out of doing the thing that they're trying to do, like it's a bad idea. I'm just like, no, just answer the original question, because that has interest to me and probably other people who are going to come along in this topic. Alright, so we'll take the first letter will be down here. And all the players got to do is knock it out the back door. Make it real simple for them to see that. I think it's just up 4. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. It might be something that's better to learn holistically. Like, but most things I try to learn, I just get what I need. But it does feel like I've got large enough gaps that it might be better to go back to fundamentals. But then that makes me think more along the lines of what you just said. Like, you know, pre-made stuff, mess with parameters, or hire an expert to do the thing that's taking up a lot of my time. One problem is I can't tell how far away I am from fixing the problem, because I don't have a good understanding. So it could be, I'm probably 1 or 2 lines of code away from getting that particular tile shader to work, but I just can't tell how long it'll take for me to figure it out. Okay. Stick one block on top of here. Okay, then I would need some stairs to get up to the next floor. I think I'd like them to come up over here. I do like making these levels they're like buildings. It's fun. Let's make this even more obvious. So I'm not trying to make learning what to do on this very hard. Let's just put it right next to the back door. That will also give me more space to build like a stair going in around there too. Let's put this right next to the back door. Oops. 2, 3, 4. T. Move you over here. Move you over here. Let's go. Bam, like that. That will wind around the corner. Okay, I need 3 on that one. Okay, I forgot. So if I come up here, I need it to actually come in 2 spaces, not 1. More than that. Because if they walk into here, it'll just be a dead end for them, unless... Yeah, I've got this wrong. Let's start with stairs 4. I should go up one above this part here, because that's where my floor is going to start. And then, yeah, I don't want to go into that corner, because then there won't be a way out of it once I put the walls on. So right there. Then we do a stairs 1 here. That's kind of nice, because the floor will match up to the bottom of the windowsill. And how much more stair climbing is there? Maybe I'll just do it all on the other side. Let's see, 27D. Okay, so one, 2, 3. Okay. So I need another one of these guys. Corner, and then I think I've just got 2 more steps to climb. Oh, wrong way. Okay, that'll do it. Then I fill in the floor. I think this is bad building design to have a floor with a wall on the other side of it, so I'll just shrink that down. Okay. Hopefully I won't get a lighting seam on this particular part. I just don't want to redo that whole mesh to avoid that right now. Okay, then floors. Whoa, that didn't look right. No. Okay. And I lay out my second floor. Probably a good way to do it so I don't get lighting seams is I'll just bring this one back down. Or just undo it. And then what I can do is make sure my floor is all one piece without any lighting seams. I can make a neat little puzzle here too. Just a small one where you have to fling across, but you have to be clear of a beard who will be on the other side. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of liking this. Leave a big gap in the middle to look down, which is always fun. Just have these parts of the floor that are separated out. Yeah. So from this platform you can get to this one. From this platform you can get to this one. From that platform you can get to this one over here. Just a pretty simple little geometric puzzle, but kind of fun. Okay. Yeah, so where can I go? Where can I go? I can't get over there. I can't get over there. I go here. Come back this way. And this guy, there'll be a beard over here, and you'll have to kind of get ahead of him a little bit. All right, then I want to bring my wall up to 12. over here, this is where I'll have a window to pop the block through. Nope, not that one. So H block comes out here. I'll go ahead and make that. Oh, now I'm thinking like come on. I could have the window actually be on the other side. I could have it go boom and then off over there, and you'd be able to knock it out. Okay, kind of like that. So this is the H block. All right, I will be right back. Let's use evasive bits technique he taught me to put an edge ring in here, then I'll be able to add a new geometry that lets me have that window, that defenestration window. Edge loop, and then we move it. Let's see, where is it? It's going to come along this line here. Okay. Then one more edge loop. And that's actually where I want it. Okay, cool. Well, let me not extrude yet because I want to figure out the placement of the stairs that goes to the next level. And we'll go along this wall, these two walls. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, so that means you go up, you go up, you, 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 you. Okay, so we go up 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Here's a great strength of my engine. The data structure and everything, they scale up vertically very well. So very little is stored inside of all this space in the data structures. It's pretty efficient with all that. Now going on the XZ plane, nah, totally different. In fact, I've got some pain on some other levels of a lot of XZ to them. Okay, so what do I need left on this level? I need a beard to just hang out here and harass you. Not really harass you so much as just when you try to jump, you won't be able to make much progress. Okay. H will go up that way and this way. Here and just drop them down there so you can mess with you. Okay, you come up here. I'll have this go up just 2 blocks. So I don't want to obscure too much everything else in this level. Okay, then let's get my stairs in. Good thing I like stairs because there is a lot of stair placement to do. If I didn't like stairs, this would be a bad game for me. I keep noticing like things that are just like little echoes of my own life. I moved into a house with 4 stories. I spend hours every day climbing up and down stairs, and it suits me. It's just like a tower of a house. And then that thing with the lawn. My hatred of lawns is in here. The first game I made, I had a cockroach problem in my apartment. In some crappy apartment that I lived in. And what do you do in the game? You kill lots and lots of cockroaches. That's true. I need it now. My health is on the decline just from lack of exercise and just not feeling it with the exercise stuff. Let's see. I think just have it come up a little bit further. Let's see. So I want this to keep going up. I want some kind of underneath slope on it too. Let's bring that out there. Then I'll start my slope right there. Okay. My understairs. Let's do that. Wait, do I see Z fighting? Yes, I do. Oh, I know why. Because that stupid Pro Builder thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so then I lost my okay. Unpack. Let's organize so I can find stuff again. Okay. Then go to editor. Set this to something really large. There we go. All right, I'll put my windows in. I would definitely rather install Windows inside of a fictitious level than I would inside of my own house. Much easier to do it here. Oops. Okay, let's get the west-east windows in. Come on. What? What? No? Yes? Okay. Watch it mess up the other one on the first try. Nope, this time it didn't. Alright. So unpredictable. Okay, I better play test this pretty soon in case I'm making some fundamental errors somewhere. Oh. Bless me. This other effect I don't mind, but it's weird. Just kind of, whenever I have light passing through translucent, it makes these little dots. I've come to kind of like it, but it's definitely a bit of random weirdness. Something about the shadow map and then going through translucency, and it shows up on the other side as little dots. I don't mind it. All right. I want to do something like the top of each landing has got a grass square in case you're going to reset. But anyways, let's first pre-process and test out. 'Cause I thought I made the ceilings high enough that there wouldn't be much difference there, but okay. I do like seeing the guy walking around up there. That's good foreshadowing. You know he's going to be waiting for you. He's matching where you go. He's just beelining for you. Okay. I think I can abide the camera up and down because of this nice little effect. Yeah, it's getting the T out. Oh, there's a gap in the window there I can fix. He will not. Other creatures do. You can think of the beard as like an over-civilized enemy. He won't walk on the grass. He won't just jump off a ledge. He needs to have stairs. Later on when there's roads, he must walk on the right side of the road. He can't go on the left. Okay, so here your trick would be, you want to get over to that block that's to the west. But you gotta get by the beard. So he'll block your fling. So the only way to get past him is fling that way, then that way. And you draw him out. And you fling by him. And now he's stuck over there and he can't bother you. Come this way. What's that? Index out of range on layer set. I'll come back to that. Okay, so it is possible to knock that out that way. So then to get back, you have to kind of do the opposite. There we go. Another solution for the player might be to jump over the top of them. I think I'll allow that. I don't think I need to confine it to the only one way. So we can go over the top. Let me see if there's any other. Oh, that's elegant. So that will go there. Up here goes over the top. There's some height map problems. They'll probably clear up with yeah, I know how to fix them. Okay. General concept is working, just little fixes here and there. I can keep going, do the 3 other levels. This thing is going to be so high. I love it. Love the idea of it just being just monstrously high. Let's not make this exact way. And before I forget, let's close that downstairs window. Where was that at? There it is. I could maybe get this guy to come up. Alright, that seems to work. Then I'll put the floor on top over here. I think I will need an edge loop to get this part. God, me and my insistence upon irregular building shape. This one up here, I'm thinking I'll have like a bunch of grass, and you have to move the block through some twists and turns in the grass, and I'll have like some dude harassing you and getting in your way at the same time. Okay, so I went that direction, I went this direction. Maybe out the side this way. Might be good this time. I should leave a few ways in for the beard to mess with you. Okay, so we'll go. Boom. Okay. Put the block pad, small one this time, right here. Get THI. So you get in there, you push that around, and there's a beard up there with you. I don't want him to go down the stairs. So to stop that from happening, I can put some grass right by it. Grass is a pretty useful level design element. Oops. Because it helps me keep the beards from just going wherever they want to. I can keep them in one area. Okay, so where's my stairs going to be? I think up here. Can also start up on this corner if I want. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Okay, but let's go ahead and lay the border down. Yeah, I think it is helpful that way. I was a little bit worried about running a tight palette, but it's okay. I've also got one more pass on everything planned where I go in and like really fix any lighting issues, any palette issues. You know, some levels will get rethemed. You know, so I've got a second pass on all the levels just for that. So I'll use that as needed. I did tint this green a little bit blue so that it would kind of fit in better with the rest of the palette. But yeah, my eye is liking the green quite a bit. I think part of it's because I get fatigued seeing the same tiles while I'm working on the levels again and again and again. So well, there's that too, yeah. Interesting how that works. Here, let's leave that so I can make it a floor square. I need a floor square in the bottom one beneath too, but okay. And we come up 12 again. I think I'm going to go along this side. That'll give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So since I know those sides of the wall will be covered up with stairs, I'll leave this side without windows. I'll raise it up. All the other sides will have windows. And some of them will be exactly the same size as the windows underneath, and I'll just duplicate and move them up. Okay. So now it's on 1. Now go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And it's certainly getting dark in here. I guess let's throw a light in there. Got a whole bunch of extra ones laying around. Let's just grab one and throw it in there. You need to be much brighter. There we go. Okay, so let's start building the stairs. Make sure I got this part right. Oh, that can be 4 instead of 2. Okay, let's do 4. And I think another stairs 4. Can I do 4 again? Maybe not. No, it's got to be a 3. I'll keep, instead of doing everyone with 2s and 1s, I'll just start doing creating new stairs for the special cases I need. Okay, so we'll go Pro Builder, new shape, stair, steps 12, yeah. Did I already make this? I don't see it. This looks like the last thing I created. Oh, I think I was gonna use it as a prefab and then I deleted it. I think that's what happened. Yeah, okay. Fine, that's perfect. Okay, then I'll add the stuff needed to make it a proper stairs. Stairs, decorator. There. And static. Okay. Cool. And how much further to come up? I think it's 3 again. Okay, cool. It's a nice little zigzag. I like it. Done a little bit. So, the subtitles are on a UI canvas. The splash screen at the beginning of the game is on a UI canvas. And then some of the meta UI, like the little menu that pops up. I know a little bit. Not great at it, but yeah. I don't quite feel used to it yet. It's more, I'm in that stage of like, that didn't work. Let me try something else. Oh, that worked. I guess it's okay. That's how I am with it. Somebody says, how do you do this thing with UI Canvas? And I say, I futz around with it until it does that. Yeah. And probably some of my solutions are lacking in some fashion because I just sort of trial and error my way. This is the kind of nonsense. Okay, I select one of these game objects and the other one gets selected too. They should be two entirely separate things. Okay, that's better. But I did really want this one. So what are you doing? Okay. Don't like that. These guys I'll just copy up. Not you. 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 It's a weird thing, but I can smell somebody drinking orange juice one floor beneath me with my door closed. How is that possible? I didn't think my sense of smell was that good. Oh. Are these guys offsets? Dang it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really pride myself on being a good smeller, but it's more like, okay, now I'm understanding what was going on with this. It's fine though. It's fine. Let me just start over up here. I kind of screwed up underneath, but it won't hurt anything. Yeah, the smell is just more just like, I'm just realizing orange juice has a stronger smell than I thought it did. Stop it. Jesus. Click the one that was already in the selected object, not every single thing. Okay, so now I'm understanding how I got mixed up below. So when I made a duplicate, I just duplicated the offset object and not the parent. Okay. Get one more north-south over here, and the rest will be west-east. And this one looks reusable. Oh man, you're gonna get to go up 2 more stories too. Love it. Dang it. That's not what I want. Forgot a few over here. Okay. Let's take you. Alright, I think I'll start making a few other parts to this so it's a more complete level. Be better for playtesting. Let's take the player, move her in the camera, back over here. For the egg, we just want the north entrance. Okay. Then around the outside, I think I'll just extrude a really tall exterior wall. Do 4 corners just to keep the geometry from getting too complex. Grow the selection, extrude it 5 stories high. It does make me a little bit sad to make the directional light not be as prevalent. One thing I can do is I can keep the directional light coming through in this corner. So I only need to protect that the player can't use one of the exit points, like right here, to fling out over the top of the exterior wall. So that's what I'll do. Then I'll be able to have that directional light, which I like. Okay. We'll get it up above that point there. All right. Yeah, be a responsible adult guy. Yeah, go ahead, do that. I see you, Ninja. Leave that like that. Still get my directional light. Yeah, on the other side doesn't matter as much. I'll just make a proper extrusion type of a thing. I suppose the level exit could go over here too. Might as well take care of that. Two, three, four. Let's just make this a little more interesting. Come in this way. One, two, three, four. I'll drop the stairs on the other side in a sec. And then let's bring this in just a little bit. Okay. Okay, so it's going to come out THIEF. Oh, I had it right the first time. There we go. There we go. T. Go stairs, go up to that little platform. So this is the thing that will make it so that it's really required to get all the blocks. So you can spell what's on the bridge so you can walk across and get to the level exit. Okay, so let me nestle this whole thing in. I'm going to make this just kind of fold around it and hopefully look interesting. I'm learning to do some initial modeling that avoids lighting seams. So in this case, the old me would have made this flat with this other object here, but then that would have laid me open to getting a lighting seam when Unity got around to throwing some light on those two surfaces. And I wouldn't see it inside of the scene view here. I would see it usually in the game mode, which I found infuriating. But let's get this thing out too before I do the giant extrude. Okay, save. Okay, so I goes out this window over here. Let's test it. Looks like I still got something to unpack. Let's try it again. Yep. See my level bound set correctly. Let's take a look. Height diagnostics. Okay, I see ray casting there, looks fine. Looks good. Maybe just need one more pre-process, I don't know. Save, go. I like that. That's a nice touch. I'm being rewarded for leaving away from my directional lights to cast shadows. You can see a little dude up there. His shadow cast down onto the ceiling. There he's walking around like that. Definitely like that. Thinking about how I could get into trouble with the block. I don't think I can knock it on stairs. But actually I'm kind of interested. What can I actually do with the block besides throw it out the window? There it is down there. I'll send it back to its pad. Send it that way. Then it gets stuck. Or I can send it down one. Then it's on the bottom floor. That might be useful for a puzzle if I can think of something. Anyways, let's go up to the top. Okay, that would be dead end for the block, so I'll have to fix that. Oh, need a window there. Okay. Oh, that's creepy. Just looking down, just seeing a big old dark pit. Okay, let's fix a few things. That. Let's get a beard up here to mess with me. Double offset nonsense. All right. Stop it. Thank you. Okay, 2 more stories to go. It just gets taller and taller. I love it. I love it. I get excited. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. I get excited. I'm not exaggerating. This makes me excited. Love this shit. Now, it might be nice to have one of these floors not have a window on it, with the expectation that you would drop it through. Is there anything I could put down here that would make it kind of interesting? I had some other levels that had a whole bunch of drop through type puzzles, so I'll just give that a rest. Drop this guy down one. Help me avoid lighting seams. If I just make the floor a single piece. Okay, I haven't used the west for a window yet, so I'll use that. I mean, defenestration point. Yeah, it's so hard to get these grid lines so they cover every nook and cranny in one piece. Okay, almost had it. And this time I'll be smart. Bring my floor out a little bit further. Well, I do have one going out west, but it's over here, so it's a different location. Well, it's not a bad looking building. Okay. So what kind of challenge should I want on this one? I'll end up putting some grass up top. Could be that the block is right in the middle, but it's kind of guarded by a beard. You gotta get it out. I should try this puzzle here before I design the one up above with the beard. I didn't do it with the beard before, so I don't know how well it works. How dark is it? Oh, that's good. Let's do pre-process. Save. Play. Okay. That guy comes and messes with me. To lead him back out, move this down here. If I push east, he will kill me. Let's bring him back out. It's not a bad puzzle. It's good for kind of starting out too, with manipulating these guys. Wasn't too hard, took a little bit of thought. I think I could do more of the same up top. So here's what I'm picturing. Pretty wide open space, grass on the edges. The goal being to get the block out through here, through normal block manipulation. And this grass around the edge will prevent you from flinging down into the stairs. It's also like a safe area where you can hide away from the beard. Okay. So I put the block here. No, here. T-H-I-E. Okay, so if it starts here, then west goes nowhere. East goes there, then there, 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 there. So that's pretty good, I think. Okay, I'm gonna get a beard up here. Oh, I forgot to close off this, but I'll do something interesting with it. Oh yeah. This is where I can have, on the 5th floor, drop down. Yeah, that's perfect. you'll be looking around for where's the window to kick the block out, and it's like, whoa, there are none. So you got to change your strategy a little bit. Let me see where that floor goes to. Okay. So we'll need to do a little more there. We'll want it to drop here. Then a cool thing would be just have one more exit on the north side. Comes out. I'll have to add something there to catch it, but yeah, just a little whoop, that way. And then this guy, you might be trying to get him to come out. In a different place, but this will not let you move it out a different way unless you use this guy to stop it. But that's a little tricky, and probably okay if the player figures out how to do that. Okay. So I gotta figure out where the stairs are to go up this thing. I could make him go on the outside for the last level. And then you get a chance to see all this vertigo-inducing heights. Okay, what's the best side to do that on? Oh, I've already got an opening here. I think I don't want to do it on this side because then I'll have to add a ton of background around this edge here. This side's probably good. Then you can see the entrance where you came in. All right, so let me redo this wall. So it leaves an opening over in this corner. I'll say actually over here because then you can wrap around this edge here and that'll be more fun. Okay. 4:22. My time is not bad here. Let's see, do I need... I don't. So my goal is to finish up this level by 8 o'clock, because that's when my wife gets off work. And we meet in the middle floor, have some food, watch a movie or something. Yeah. So 8 o'clock, that's when I want to be done. Okay, here I want to leave a way to come out. Okay, let's bring the wall around the other side. The layout of this is kind of like there's 5 mini puzzles. And you could skip around, do them in different orders if you wanted to. You can definitely go to the top of the whole structure and scope things out and then figure out what your plan is going to be. I'm picking the sections of the wall that will extrude up without windows. And I think I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's have it go around this corner too. Okay, so this comes up 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a break. Whoa, Mateo, what's up? I was about ready to take a break, and then you jumped in on me. Yeah, no worries. Anyways, I'm gonna eat myself a little lunch, and I think I might stop the stream here. I'll keep working, but I think I might just want to do a little off-stream work. It has nothing to do with you showing up right at this moment, Mateo. I just thought maybe I'll listen to some podcasts, and I can't really stream those, so I'm gonna go off stream. We'll call this the end of the stream right here, not the end of the work. I'll have a demo of this level for tomorrow. All right. Teo, anyone else that's on, have a good day or night. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream. Stopping the stream.